Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome in. Hi, Pinky. Hi, SC. Hello, hello. How's it going? Tired. Which is why I didn't do art. You know, I'm just gonna put this out here right now, right? Although I'm tired, but I'm doing very okay. I think this is a good kind of tired, right? A good kind of tired. So, yeah, this is a good kind of tired. But I just feel like I don't think I'm gonna do art anytime soon. because I feel like I've been help.
I cannot understand where the subtitles.
Oh yeah. Give me a second. Hey. Doing well, nice. Can I yay for tired then? This is a yay for tired. Pinky getting ready for appointment. Ooh, I don't know what the appointment is, but good luck with the appointment. But yeah, good kind of tired. Yeah.
Yep.
Hi, malicious magpie. We calling? we not yipping. We calling. Yeah. So you guys pretty much know that I've been helping out with the shop closing thing, right? And I know I've been like lifting a lot of heavy things. Which is not what I like to do, to be honest. Right? No, to be honest, but I think those heavy lifting got me feeling kind of strong. Nah, it's not strong. It's more like accomplished. I think I feel a little accomplished by doing all those kind of things. You know, I don't feel like I'm being appreciated by doing that, but it's okay. You know, it's fine. At least I feel accomplished doing that, so there's that, you know, and I'm kind of happy about it. I'm actually kind of happy about it. So yeah, it's a good kind of tired. I know all this sounds kind of weird right now, and I don't think I'm gonna do art anytime soon until I'm like finished with the shop closing thing, I think. Yeah, after that then I'll do art again, but or maybe like sometime that I want to do art, then I'll do it. But let's not have like time, like when do I want to do art, something like that. Maybe, right? I'm gonna not do that for now. For now. I just kind of want to be here and play some games, you know, play some games, and don't want to think about too much. You know, all good. Buff Droxen? No way. Nuh-uh. I don't think I can be buff. Or no, it's not that I don't think I can be buff. I don't think I have the dedication to want to be buff, you know, because it requires an immense amount of work. And I'm lazy. Saving critters there for some reason always in the water during summer. Maybe because it's hot and they like water because water is cold. Maybe, you know, that's what I think anyway. But yeah, I figured that I kind of want to do Stardew Valley today, but no. I realized I haven't finished Doom, and I feel like I want to finish it. Although yes, there's the second badminton same time at about 5 or 6. I have to end at 5 or 6 because badminton starts at 8. So I'll see if I can like I don't know. See if I can finish it. I don't know how much is there, but hey, I'm not complaining. I'm looking at you. Actually, spooky. Is that SCP? Your special eyes. Wow, they're way too special. That's way too special. Okay, let me just do this. Oh, oops, what happened? What happened? There, okay. I don't know why I decided to change model there. Why am I here? There. All creatures in safety now. Good. Very, very nice. This is the best. This is the best. It sounds so jank and I love it. It's so jank, I love it. The janky version of Doot 2. Doot 2. Sounds normal to you? You know, even at first I don't think this sounds normal to me. It's so offbeat and off-key. I don't know. Alright, let's close this. Doom! It's gonna be very loud at first, so don't worry about it. So maybe after finishing the Doom 2... Ow. Upbeat, not offbeat. Okay, it is upbeat. 2 moments killed your stream. Kinda, a little bit, maybe. I did lower down the voice for lower down the the overall voice for this game. ESC. I think this is good enough, right? Tish can't even handle running Doom 2. It's my PC that cannot handle Doom 2. Can barely handle it with all this shit, huh? Where was I? Map 12? I don't even know how much is there. What am I looking at? This level? Do you know something that I don't? Do you know something that I don't? I'm pretty sure you do. I have no bullet, by the way. I got the shotgun. I don't even remember how to play this game. There's like 25? Wow. Am I only at 12? Shit, what can I say? It's a huge game. The music's all like banger. When fist run? No way, that's not happening. Definitely gonna need more bullet than this. No unarmed run this time. I'm not even good enough to beat this game normally. Okay, 3 rockets, 1 spooter. Using rockets in small room would be a bad idea, right? I'm pretty sure this is just gonna straight up kill me. It's a bad idea? Well. Too bad I'm a kobold. Ooh, shotty. Oh, I wasted one. When I hear enemy, I'm still not used to. You know what? Yeah, I'm not used to not being able to look up and down because last night I played a little bit crap champions with my friend. Rockets in enclosed space is only a problem for wimps who can't take it. Which is basically most badass people, but still. Ow. How many crabs did get the crown? 1. We won once. With no loops. No, it's not 100% win rate, I'm pretty sure. Yellow key to open up the store. We played for a bit. He just started playing not too long ago. Where is this sound of enemy? Ah. Am I wasting bullets? Yeah. What's quick save again? Shit. Quick save F5? Oh, yeah. I don't even remember what quick save button is. I'm looking up. There's bullets there. There's bullets to be had. Ooh, ooh, ooh. You should key for that. I just remembered even Divinity uses F5, I think. Oh, I could be wrong. I don't know. Oh. Oh. And F9 for reload, but that goes for modern games. Huh. Time to run. I'm not fighting against that. Well, yes I am, but still. Nah, this one doesn't have the power. You know, I keep pushing my mouse upwards and nothing happens. And it throws me off always. Boy, what? It was illegal, dude. Alright. Oh. I was able to open up this one just now. Remember, the average lifespan of a demon is however long it takes the Doom guy to reload his super shotgun. Sounds about right. Dang, this map is like a maze of some sort. There must be a way to get in here. Like, I know there's like a way to get in there, but I don't even get up. Know what I mean? I don't see a way I can get up. Let me run around and have a look. Huh. Huh. Isn't it the noise of Cyber Demon? Or am I wrong? Oh! Oh my god, that was bad. Me really needs to get ready now, especially like to stay. It's okay, Pinky. And good luck with hacking with the appointment. It's not hacking the appointment, don't hack the appointment. Did I just get 2 berserks? Cuba. Oh god, I just went into it. Those things look really strong. Ooh, ooh. Ooh. I'm out of rockets. Damn, that kills. Alright, I'll take it. Don't! Point blank. Doesn't kill. This is kinda bad. Prog Rock Fairy, huh? Is this vanilla or what? This is vanilla. I'm not playing any ones for the moment. I don't like that noise. Blue key. I mean, funny enough, the first time I played Doom 2 is... What just happened? I didn't save. The first time I played Doom 2 was myhouse.1. I played myhouse.1 first before playing this Doom. Weird, right? Okay, so I can't interact with this. I have to do this again because I'm dumb. Didn't save. Oh boy. gonna save some bullet. Gosh, not being able to look up is still messing me up. It feels so weird. Then there's one more. How do you even make shotgun feel so satisfying? I don't get it. Mm. And then there's like another door around here. I should save here. Next, okay. Okay, so 3 rockets, 1 of them. Oh, okay, I got killed by that thing. There we go. Get this key. Oh my god, ow. Oh goodness, I'm out of... What? Oh no. I need my rockets. Okay, I still have shotgun, Oh goodness. What are they even saying? There we go, okay. Chain gun's still good, chain gun's still very good. Ooh. Oh, wait a minute. Oh my god. Okay. 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 Actually, I'm just gonna use this one. Yeah, see? Was waiting for you. Yeah. The thing is they didn't shoot immediately. They were nice enough to wait for me to look at them. There's like a bunch of them here, right? What if I BFG them? Just one. I want to use it. Kill him! That's not as good. Oh! Wait a second. Okay. Oh man, I don't want to use my rocket. Since when coffee does that? Doom 2 still ignores vertical aiming, like Doom 1 does. Doom 2 has true aiming. This is Doom 2, right? Yeah, this is Doom 2. I still cannot look up and down. It still throws me off every time. It's weird. Like you would have thought I played this game for a bit. I should have gotten used by it, right? No. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of them. You know that's weird because I remember playing My House.1 and I think in My House.1 I'm able to look up and down. If I remember correctly. Has this always been here before? Yeah, I had a feeling. Like, this is too good to be true. Too good to be true. All good, all good, all good. Ow. I'm just gonna use my rockets, it's fine. Hell, ow, 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 ow. I'm okay. 10 health? Don't worry about it. I've been through worse. One last rocket. Oh. Point blank. Ooh. That feels good. This one? Oh. Really? Really? boy. Oh. Oh, wait, that heals full? Dang, okay. Can I interact with this somehow? No? Alright. Alright, I gotta save here. I'm stuck? Alright. That's a super shotgun. Huh? I think the Doom engine supports free look. It just doesn't do anything in regards to shooting. Free look just has to be enabled, and it is enabled by default. If it's not settings in the menu, it might be a config file thing. I haven't played the native DOS version in a while. I only know about this version. Like I don't know anything about Doom. The only thing I know about Doom is like when people told me about Doom stuff, then I know. Like beforehand, I had zero knowledge on Doom itself. But I love the game. It's heckin' great. I'm gonna get bombarded, right? Don't shoot! Oh my god! Thanks. Doom 2, yeah! I'm back. Because my wrist is pretty much healed. Feeling very okay now. Now I can play mouse games again. Also, hi Astral. Mouse game. What? What did I do? Okay, there's gonna be a monkey bus out like outside here, right? Mouse games? Yeah, games that use mouse. That is so mean. That is so mean. Okay, now I just have to go back. Gosh, I'm wasting bullets. Did I even get that? I believe the one originally only had arrow key for aiming. Move with one, aim with arrow. That's wild. I don't think I... Okay, not this one. And the Doom one I played maybe because it's like a remastered version, so I don't need to... Oh. So I can use mouse to aim. Maybe like the native version that I need to use arrow key? Oh, okay. Hey, man. What? I thought I'm standing on something. I pressed this one, right? Ow. I can save here. Ooh. Doom originally also didn't have Strafen. Not sure if Doom 2 does. Damn. No Strafen? Strafe is like looking forward but move sideways, right? That's Strafen. There we go. Why here? Why here? Oh goodness. Oh good, oh good. Oh, skill. I call skill. I call skill. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's a secret area? Nice. Oh god. Don't shoot. Oh my god. Oh, I just stood there and take it. But I already had it. Hi, Rocket. Hope you're doing well, Rocket. I might be wrong about what I said though. I am dumb sometimes. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Because I'm wrong I'm pretty much wrong all the time as well, so. Or most of the time. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Wait, how did I get back up again? Oh, this is switch. Okay, okay. Ooh, I didn't mean to fall down. There might be something out there.
Potato rotato.
Potato. Is Bob talking now? Does Bob want potato? Okay, let me try again. Ah, see? You know, for a game like this, the music is surprisingly chill. Don't you think? maybe, maybe I just put the music a little bit too soft. Oh my god, I don't like that song. Oh. Well, they know what to do, right? Oh my god. Oh my god. Dang, this Goat Demon is tough. Goat Demon. There we go. I'm gonna save here just in case. Oh, nice. Seeing a vintage Annabelle playing Doom with a joystick. Playing Doom with I mean, it is vintage, I guess. But playing Doom with a joystick sounds like a pain, don't you think? It's just a little bit of pain. I think. Oh god, how am I... What? Okay. Okay. Oh. Very nice. Oh, there's more. I'm the best? What's the... Tab? No. Oh, tab works. I found all the secrets. Oh my god, I'm the best. Alright. There's like one last... Yeah, this one. Although there's here, but I don't know how to get up. Oh. Oh my god, ow. New technique? New technique? I think that's pretty much everything. Well, more or less. Just a few more monsters, but it's okay. I figure as much. Oh boy, ow. Okay. It's gonna be then. Yeah, I mean, I honestly shouldn't be surprised. One more. That doesn't help. Why are you, like, playing some sort of seesaw here? What am I looking at? Hey, please get down, get down. Why are you playing? Are you guys having so much fun right now? I mean, cool, I guess. Oh my god, energy cell. This room is so dumb. It is. It's dumb, it's funny. What am I looking at? They're all just having fun. They're having the ride of their life. Alright, get down, get down, get down. Don't hide, don't hide. Okay, I'm gonna kill one by one, it's okay. It's gonna take some time, it's fine. Oh my god, oh my god. Just use this. There we go. Alright, now I'm having fun. I'm having the ride of my life. Sorry, that one's dead. If you want to experience play Doom 64, I guess I'll slowly get to those. Oh, cool. There's nothing here though. I don't know, after this, is it like Doom 3 or Doom 64 or something else? I forgot. I believe Brian told me about it, but I just didn't remember. Now I feel bad. I mean, at least I'm getting a bunch of energy cell, look at that. Full energy cell. I think that's everything, right? And by everything, I mean all the switches. Oh! I'm the best. Look at that. Oh my god. It's technically Doom 64. Doom 3 is a totally different thing. Oh. Only took me 26 minutes. Too fast. What? So like you're saying next one is Doom 64 after Doom 2? Oh god. Alright, that's not bad, I think. Huh. Huh, that's a Revenant, okay. What? Oh no, this is wild. I didn't save, did I? Oh no! I didn't save. I hate it here. Oh no! Alright. I mean, it's okay. I know what to do. I don't remember. Okay, so oh yeah, then it's just going to the last door and then kill a bunch of cackle demons there. Yeah, the cackle room again. No. I don't want it. Alright, we're using not BFG this time. What yaw? Personal Space? Ever heard of them? They never heard of Personal Space. We hide. We hide. Not like this, ow. Look, I've mastered the cackle room. The cackle room is too easy now. I'm gonna regret saying this. Oh god. Doom 64 is a black sheep of the original games and is the last of the 90s Doom games. Doom 3 has a very different gameplay released. Released a gaming generation later on Xbox and PC. A different experience entirely than like the classic Doom then? Is that all the energy cells? Yeah, I think that's all the energy cells. Yeah, we're safe here, we're safe here. Look at that! Okay, now this map is jank, don't you think? Nah, I'm gonna save here. There. Damn, they hurt. Yeah, also those are all revenants. What the hell? Since when Coffee's doing that? Wait, since when Coffee's doing that? It uses the Doom engine but modified a bit. Plays pretty much the same as Doom 2 but has a nicer visual sound. Oh, Doom 64, okay. Quite different from what you're currently playing, much slower pace. So story focus is Doom 3 then, right? Ooh. Need to figure out. I didn't change anything on the coffee setup, but somehow coffee is not doing this. Gawa. Hello. Hi, bud. Look at that horse. Look at that horse dancing. How you doing? What were you playing? I only follow. I follow only cute furries, huh? Wow, I'm honored. Oracle Seasons? Oh. Look, for the Legend of Zelda thing, I never really played any other Zelda game than Tears of the Kingdom. How is it though? Is it fun? Is it good? Is it great? Did you have fun? Did you have big fun? That's a very cute emote. The dancing horse. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I do art occasionally. Although I will not be doing art anytime soon these days or months. How's Doom 2 going? Getting bullied but having fun. Yeah. I'm getting bullied by all the rocket shooting. Look at that. Okay, what gun? This. Oh. Oh. I'm scared. It's fun, but a bit confusing sometimes when the game wants you to go. It kind of feels like the Zelda game thing, right? Because in Tears of the Kingdom, I certainly don't know where I'm supposed to go, to be honest. Like the name, same. Oh my god! Oh, they home. Oh, they home. I don't like it. Pronounce for streamer sheet. Oh, thank you. Yeah. But I'm sure bot knows already. Oh my god, this map's so big. I'm gonna die. But Capcom is not as good as in Nintendo. Alright, you asked for it. I'm gonna punch you, I'm gonna punch you, I'm gonna punch you. I'm dead, I'm dead. I can punch the air! Oh, Nelly! Should have run when I get a chance. I need to play into a direction. Oh, wait, Oracle series was made by Capcom? Oh, I didn't know. Okay. All right, I'm alive somehow. You could pick up on something unpunished? Fool, this is doom. Yeah, I should have learned by now, don't I? You have to excuse the cobalt brain. Cobalt brain. Ow. Get punch, get punch, get punch. That's right, that's right. Ow. Oh my god, I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. I've expected a lot of souls to damage on physical contact. Honestly, me too. They're like all on fire, right? But they didn't. They're gonna take what they can get. I'm playing Tekken. Let's go. Doing KBD, the space. Get up. Punish with good old electric, like that. Yeah, honestly, just not being able to look up and down just really throws me off. Can I punch him? I kind of want to try punching the meatball, but I didn't save. I'll save now. I'm gonna punch the meatball. Oh, I don't like this. Oh, that's a secret area. Dang, for 20 shotgun shells, you know, I'll take it. I'll take it. Thanks for hurting me. I'm gonna go back in again. There was like the teleporter inside. I wanna go in there. It's not just me that Doom 2 level layout feels more confusing than Doom 1 yet. Doom 1 confuses me already. And then Doom 2 just makes me feel like I'm out. I have no brain. It's crazy. Each stage took me the average of like 30 minutes, I think, just because I have really bad sense of direction as well. Ooh! Oh my god! Whoa! Oh my god! What is this? Oh, rocket. There we go. Yeah, it is beyond confusing. Like, the first few levels is kind of okay, right? And then now I'm like... Wow! I'm in like map 13 or something? The map just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and then you have this. You have this crazy map. Can I jump down? Ooh. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! And that 33 health, I'm saving here. Blue key. I'm gonna get punished, Anna. No? Okay. Huh? 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 Woo! Whoa. Oh my god! Hi, cheesecake. You make me break dance. That was a lot of bullets, not gonna lie. How's the best been doing? Boogie on those demons. Boogie. Thank you, no? Nice. I don't like that sound. Oh my god, I have 6 health. Run. I don't know what I'm doing. Boogie. Oh my god, okay. Can I get some health? Can I perchance get some health? Oh no. Yeah, yeah, I had a feeling. The squish. Okay, I'm getting health back. I'm good. One more run, getting over it. I'll reach 20 win. Oh my god. 220 win, 20 run and getting over it? That's massive dedication, cheesecake. I can't even get through one run. Ooh. So can I do dumb stuff now? I'm invincible! Can I jump down? I should have jumped down earlier. Oh, I've been here, okay. To be fair to Doom 3, it feels very close to modern game design than 19th Doom. Besides Doom 2016, I recommend Doom 3 the most for new players. Ah. Well, funny enough, my first experience of... Oh, wait. My first experience of Doom entirely is actually Doom Eternal. So once I finish out Doom Eternal, I just like, ooh, I kind of want to try out the other Doom games. So I played My House .1, and then I finished up Doom Eternal, and then I played Doom 1, and now I'm playing Doom 2. That's kind of scary. Who? What? Where? Who hit me? Yep. Yep. Oh my god, I'm yipping. Hey. Single file. Hmm? My house is a heck of a way to be introduced to 90s Doom. I know, right? And I loved it. I played Doom. I played my house the one. It's like, oh my god, what the fuck am I playing? And then, which is also why I feel like, oh, so Doom is gonna be those horror-esque game, but then I was wrong. This is not horror-esque. I mean, it is horrifying in, considering that I am out here, one-man army killing all these demons. Sounds terrifying, but it's not. It's fun as hell. Serpentine duck weave, yeah. Honestly, just dance around their corpse. Just dance, don't get hit. Ooh. You should probably also play Doom, not Doom 1, but Doom 2016, you mean? If it's before Doom Eternal, if I remember correctly, it was Doom 2016, according to Brian. Nice. Oh, this one brings me here. Wait, I'm waiting. Okay, I see. Okay. Where's the turn? Oh, there it is. Gonna save here. Jump! Oh my god. Oh. Oh! That explains it. Wow. I'll save here. Oh god. Oh! I saved. Look at that. I have 1 health. Everything is fine. I have 1 health. If you want to see us in between playing Doom games, I recommend Turok 1 and 2. Turok 1 and 2. I should probably keep in mind who? Yeah, I have no red key. Why is this map? Oh my god, my brain. My brain got sniped. Alright, all good. Oh. They can snipe from that far away. Okay, I'll save again. Who's trying to hurt me? It goes red even here. I think that killed. But no, I'm not doing this. Where's the teleporter? There. Nice. Not nice. I mean, it's kind of nice, I guess. Okay. Oh god. My brain's farting. Hey, that's me every day. No Bob today because Bob appears between in the time the 12 can. Oh, Bob is the owl from Rocket. Say okay. Oh, that's where it is. Nice. Oh, this is where the rocket launcher was. Okay. Demon now. Wait, have I been in there? Oh. But there's no door here. I don't think it's possible to do that. Maybe from here? Okay, so I have to teleport. Teleport, go here, and then run in here? Kind of far. I feel it's too far. Oh. Nice. it's here still. Okay, teleport, and then go here. Should be this one. Nice. Ooh. I've been here, right? Yeah, I've been here. Never been to this one before. I'm gonna save here. It just brings me to the start. Red key. Wow, 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 I can't even see them. Oh my god. Can you come back down? Can you come back down? Okay, thank you. Oh my god, I cannot dodge, I cannot see them. Am I gonna get squished? Okay. It's gonna take a while. I'll take it. There's bullets there, I need them. Okay, one shotgun shell's there. Shotgun shell. And I think there was rockets. Alright. No! Oh god! I messed up! No, come back! Why are you so slow? This is gonna take a while. Alright, I think that's everything here. I found pretty much everything. Although I don't even remember... I don't remember where the yellow key card is. Oh, I found it. Okay, don't worry about it. Did I say something? I don't trust this. The exit is lava? Also, I don't know why coffee is not doing that. Maybe I should check out the settings afterwards. I go into lava to win. That's a weird one. See, almost half an hour. Each stage almost half an hour. I didn't see what the name is. Ooh, that's a lot of sound. What? Why are you shooting that? What? What? Oh, I didn't save. I'll save now. Wow, wait, mega armor just like that? Just like that? Oh my god. Okay. Who's shooting me? Oh my god. Okay. I don't like this. Who? Oh my god, who hit me? Okay, all good. Praise the mega armor. Oh my god. Okay, that was point blank. Praise the mega armor. Gosh, I need to save some bullets. It's okay, we got the red skull. Cool. But I have the red key. I have the red skull. What do you mean? Let me in. I wanna get in though. Can I use the red skull here? Maybe I'm not ready. Hmm? Oh, door. Oh, okay. So it's like that. Huh? Whoa, what? Okay, okay. I think that's that. Yep. I'm gonna save here. I didn't save. Hmm? Hmm? Oh! Wow, that's tough. God. Oh crap. Okay. Some health. Still, I'm not too sure what this partial invisibility does. What does it even do? I mean, the enemy can still see where I am, right? Oh my god. Like, if the enemy can still see where I am, what's the point of being invisible? I'm saving here. Oh my god, the map. Oh, there's no secrets in this map? And I almost killed everything? Cool. Did I mess up? Huh? I'm a little lost. Actually, scratch that. I'm mega lost. I gotta save again. Oh god. Okay, I guess that's a little too far. Probably. Most likely too far. I don't think I can jump that far. Whoa, jump. With the biggest quotation mark ever, jump. Can I jump inside? There's no way for me to jump though. Oh, okay. Just that simple, huh? Just that simple, huh? Oh, shit. I'm gonna try to jump there. Open up, open up. I don't know if it's even possible. Yeah, too far. Too far and too high up. Okay, so here's the thing. Even though you see me, like, going everywhere, I honestly don't know where the end is. Where's the end? I mean, there was this flame thingy. The thing that set me on fire. I forgot what they're called. That thing looks really strong. The end should be somewhere around here. I don't see it. Yeah, well, I actually just don't know where the end is. I had blue card? I don't remember where I need the blue card for. Oh. This just brings me back here. What? Oh, I thought it was Big Brain. Nah, I'm back here again. I... Hmm? I see blue. How do I even get there? I don't even understand the map. How do I get there? You did. That's where I need to go. Oh my god. Okay, safe. Oh my god. Oh, that took a while. Oh. Even here I need to jump, maybe? Alright. Oh, okay. They took 21 minutes. I mean, this map feels a lot shorter than the other ones, and it still took 21 minutes because I got lost. What's the map? Oh, it's this music! Oh my god! Oh, we found the best music? Oh my god, I'm so hyped. I'm saving. Let's go, we're killing everything. Who? What? Where? It's bad, my armor's gone. Oh, wow, it's all gunners. Okay, this is bad. Oh my god, the music's so hype. I don't have the door. The key. Yeah, mega armor. Nice. At least they are way easier to kill, to be honest, so I'm not complaining. Oh, I came from here. Ooh, that's tough. That's not high enough. Oh. It can only be activated at a certain angle? That's weird. Then how am I supposed to get that red key? I don't get it. I don't ignore that red key. There has to be something that I can get. Or do. Oh my god. No, actually. Let me go to my coffee and check what's going on with this. I don't feel comfortable. The thing just keeps saying that. I don't like it. Don't worry about the front noise, it's fine. Is it buttons and widgets? I don't know. So command chat URL standing. Chat will share a link. Oh, I think that's a new one. That's why they're doing it. Okay, this should be okay. Alright, that should be it. They somehow added something new. Yeah, they added something new and then they just keep like promoting the thing, which I don't really like. I mean, promoting is always to let people know, but still. Not like this. Not like this. Okay, I'm starting to think that it's maybe not here. Or like maybe at some point that I'll be able to get... I'm gonna come back later. Oh boy. Wait, that's a red key, right? Oh, that's weird. That's a teleporter. Whoa, I can shoot them, they can shoot me? Okay. Okay. Oh god. What did I press? Did I do something above here? I did! I pressed an empty thing and then it works? Oh, that's too jank. Huh? Whoa! What's happening? Oh, that one needs a red key. So I think the red key has something to do with one of the teleporters somewhere around here. Where is it again? I think it's this one? Yeah, here. Man, I don't understand how they can shoot me from 10 miles away. That's rough. And then here, I can jump to teleport. And I think that's where I need to go. Maybe not? Question mark? Am I too fast? Am I something? I'm gonna get shot a bunch again. Yeah, I don't think that's it. I'm gonna be here for a bit. This map is so big. Okay, let's get back here. Nice. Nice, but it's not red key. Where get the red key? Oh my god, okay. I am slamming my space so hard, hoping that I'll find something. Well, hoping. What? Wait, what? I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, let me see. Teleport here. Jump down here is just something else. Yeah, this is where I was. Yeah, then I just need the red key. I don't think there's a way for me to get in there. That one is uninteractable. There's no way I can jump there, it's too far. It's too far. Oh. Oh. Okay, so it is possible. I require more skill issue. At least I know that's possible, so that's good to know. And that's progress, you know, that's progress. I cannot just full sprint, I have to slow down. Okay. Not okay. Wait, what? I guess I have to run faster. Like, just run all the way. Probably. Oh god, don't. Oh! Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay, run, slow down. Don't do it! Don't kill me! Oh god, I'm the... Hey, go. Oh wow, I cannot just run, okay. I did say that. No! How do I even do that? Is it impossible, or is it just a really tight jump? Oh my god, it hurts like crazy! And I cannot kill it because it's too far. Oh. See, this distance is possible. This distance is a little weird. Do you think I just keeping the fucking red key? Also, I'm killing that guy with rockets. Should have done this long ago. Let me safe. There we go. Oh god, we have more? I'll take it. No red key. Oh my god. Look, I just hope that the things I'm doing right now is not a fool's errand. Because I really feel like this is the way. Right, I really feel like this is the way to get the red key. It's just a really tight jump. Oh, maybe I'm just overthinking it. You know, maybe there's like another way for me to just straight jump there. I don't know. I'm gonna do it. I think if I stand here and then if I sprint really fast. Maybe? Just maybe? I don't know. Okay, just try. Give it a few tries. Give it a few tries. Oh my god, I think that was it. Ooh, what the fuck? Who did that? No, that's too far. I can't even get a red reticle to it. Like I can just only hope that that guy doesn't see me every time I do this. Alright. Here. No, god damn it. There's no way that this is it. It's 2 time for jump. What do you mean? Yeah. Oh good. I've been testing that out for like hours. Ooh. I'll take that. Oh. All good. Don't worry about it, nothing happened. Oh! No, wait, what? That's not it? kidding me? Oh, this game, I swear to God. Okay. Alright. Okay. That's all I need to do. I have to go out and go into this one to get... Alright, I'm defeated. I have truly been defeated. You have to that is terrible though. That has to be the terrible puzzle. I'm saving here. I don't trust any of these. A BFG covered by Black Candle? A BFG covered by Black Candle, that's so ominous. Oh
Emotional damage!
Hi, Kapala. I wasn't scared. Okay. That's not a gun I want to use. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, right, left, right, left, right, left. All good, all good. Weird jump? Nah. Me flailing around? Nah. I don't believe that. I didn't. That. Me? Scared? Never happened before. What do you mean?
Emotional damage!
Go. Fucking destroy! Alright, I'll take it. Can I take those? Can I have those? Wow, 2 shots. Oh. Oh. But can I get those things? Gosh, I want to make an armor though. No? Oh. 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 I think I know what to do. Okay. Alright, we're going somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We're actually getting somewhere. I'm the best. Nice. Who? I don't like when enemy can shoot me from 10 miles away, okay? I don't like that. Oh, wait, I was there. So I think I can just... oh, shit. At some point, jump down there? So I can skip past this part, I think. Don't worry about it. This is how shotgun works. Like, shotgun is actually a sniper rifle. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I think I'm at the... Yeah, I'm at the opposite side already. I think I can just jump down here. Alright. Where? Wow. Point blank shotgun and I somehow missed. Hey, it's me. I'm not even surprised. It's me. Oh my god, no way. Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? Oh, okay, they're not that strong, okay. It's still doing it, but I thought I disabled it. I don't like that. Oh, please don't do that. Okay. Did it suddenly gone dark? Gosh, honestly, these days I can't even stop thinking about me going to Firm this year. Like, I know it's a little sudden for me to think about this, but... And also very early. It's only like, what, July? It's only July and I'm already thinking about something that's gonna happen in December. Which is like a few months away. But like... I'm just very excited for it. Like, very. Although at one point I'm very excited about it. The other part of me is like very scared as well. Scared as in... I just kind of fear that I don't know what to do over there. Or like, what if I go there and then I suddenly like got like huge anxiety attacks or some shit? Stuff like that. But I still don't want to think about that too much, you know? Like think about the bad. I just want to have fun there. All things considered, I'm pretty sure I just miss my friends there. It's been too long. It's been years. Haven't been to KL for a long time. Okay. Oh yeah? Oh my god. Cool. Oh god, not cool. Ooh, this is bad. Oh, that feels good. Berserk pack here. All right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh. No way. I didn't save. I didn't save. Curse you, game. Oh. Oh. I'm saving here. I don't care. I am saving here. I don't care. I am so saving that. Okay, okay. Alright, no fear. Right, so I was there. Okay. Wait, I was somewhere else, right? Yeah, I was somewhere else. Not here. Still don't know what that does. Oh. I love how devious the game is. Gives me a rocket in this enclosed space. Oh, hey. What? Alright, there goes Meatball. I need a blue key? Where? What? How? I forgot, I jumped in here just now. Oh my god, I'm stupid. I am my own enemy. Okay, come back here. So at least I know I need a blue key somewhere. And by somewhere, I have no idea where it is. Maybe the blue flame is hinting at something. Like, maybe, probably? The blue flame? That means blue. Okay, don't jump in there, don't jump in there. Gosh, I'm absent. I don't know where the blue key is. Rip and tear? I mean, I'm getting rip and teared currently. I am my own enemy. Hi, Fire Goza. Okay, blue key, blue key. How am I supposed to get that? 36 health. 36 health. Okay, it's that's not it. That is not it. Right. I've been here. I never noticed how there's arrows on the sea. What? Wait, there's arrows hinting at stuff this whole time? Really? No way. Or is it the only arrow that I've seen in the game? I feel like it's the only arrow that I've seen in the game, or like the second one. Oh my goodness. I just realized there's no way for me to go back. Ooh, what? Where? How? Huh? Are you like right below there? Really? I can do it. Oh, I can even jump down and getting pushed back. Who wins? I'm gonna. Okay, you know what? I think I can kill that thing. I'm pretty sure I can anyway. Just be safe, right? Okay. Worth. Yeah, maybe from here it's possible. But then again, it's a little far. I don't know. I'm gonna try anyway. Oh my god, I thought I'm so good. I thought I'm so good. I was close though, right? Yo. What's that do? Oh. 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 I shouldn't get that too early. I got my eyes gonna hurt. I don't know what I accomplished. Maybe I should try going back to the starting area. I must have missed something there. There's no way, right? There's no way. What? There's 11 secrets. I found 3. This game's crazy. Pekatum? Mizamis? Sorry if I butchered your name. Wishing you lots of fun. Thank you. Also, hi. I am honestly having lots of fun. Not when I'm getting lost though, but hey, it's part of the game. Although the killing though, Also, I hope you're doing good. Gosh, I'm not seeing where the blue card is. And I'm already back home. Not gonna spoil unless asked, but there is a point of no return at the end of this map, so perhaps doing an extra separate save before exiting is advised. Oh, okay. No, I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna overwrite this one. I mean, this one is like from my last session. And also, I appreciate not spoiling. Big thank you. I'm okay with suffering a little bit. That's... Yeah, you are definitely here, but how? Is there more inside here? It's so close here. Maybe the bun over there did something? Probably. Did it spawn a blue card somewhere? Huh? Feels like there's something there. You know? Hmm? It has to be that one. Oh god. Oh god. Where's the... What? What opened up? You're the other one. Oh, wait, what? What? Huh? What? What? Okay, I mean, I'll take it. Ooh, uh-huh. Oh, hey. I have it already. It's a thing that I'll never use because it's too loud. It's not loud by... Okay, you know, it's not loud. It's noisy. There's a difference, right? There's a difference. Oh, this is so jank. Whoa, what's that? Oh my god, is there a way? There's no way. What is that? Why is it like gray? I need it. Oh, oops. Was I close? Can't even tell. No, that was way off. Oh, wait, that's easy. Nice, mate. Mega Sphere? Mega Sphere gives you 200 health and 200 damage. I win the game. I'm so strong. I mean, I cannot even win the game since I don't know where the blue key card is. All that secret. Not even one blue key card. I feel like I covered the whole map already. Really? Check. Red? Is it like down there? Oh yeah, it is. But then there's nothing down there, right? Only like one green sphere. That's it. One I cannot die thing. Yeah, it's just one I cannot die. Okay, maybe there's something here that I'm missing then. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, I found it. For some... Yay! I found the card. Only took me an hour. All good. Oh yeah, you know I'm gonna save again. I'm gonna save this one. Oh. Huh. Sorry about the coffee bot. I don't know why it's suddenly doing that. Don't kill me! Oh my god, ow. Is this Cyber Demon or is it like 2 times size thing? What's that? Baron? Oh, those are called Baron, not Goat Demon. Oops. I mean, I've been calling them Goat Demon for the longest of time. Why are you 2 times the size of any Goat Demon, Baron? I'm gonna die. No, I know how to play shooting games. I played Crab Champions. I'm good. Oh! Oh, good. I have Mega Sphere. Do I have to kill all of them? Yeah. That should be all of them. Hi Nano. Coffee and an update regarding streaming. Added now streaming badge on the user page and wants to add more features for streamers soon. Wow! Wait, they're catering for streamers? Oh my god, I love coffee. Not only do I love coffee, I do love coffee as well. My god. Makes sense? I know. Wow. Why the bot became more active? Oh, I took too long. It says I only took 1 minute. Where's my part? They only took me 1 minute. Where's my part? I took so long that the game think that it only took me 1 minute to clear the stage. Thanks, game. Also, I hope you're doing good, Nano. I didn't even get to read that. Oh, I missed the music already. What the fuck is that? Oh, is that the fire thing? The fire. What would Oh, I forgot what they're called. Something that can revive things, I think. Huh. Wait, this is why you're here. Oh my god. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Ass. What is even happening? You passed that point of no return when I hear about it? Sure. I'm kinda curious. Everything is broken at work, but it looks like it's not my fault. Ah. As long as it's not your fault, that's all good. But sounds rough though, everything's broken. Arch. Oh yeah, Arch file. A fire thing. Okay. Don't worry, I'm here being pretty good at giving things names. And by good, I mean terrible. Oh, what? Wait, I think I didn't save. I think I didn't save. At the end of map 15, there was a secret exit that takes you to the first of 2 secret levels. If you're on PC, you can still work the secret map with a code. Otherwise, the secret is the only way to go there. Oh, okay. Well, since I didn't go there... 28, 4. So yeah, I didn't really save, did I? I'm not gonna go find the secret exit. It's okay, you know. I stand by I stand by my playthrough here. Right, all good, all good. Ooh, wow. Wait, the bars are fake, right? Yeah, the bars are fake. Don't hurt! Oh! Ah! Don't hurt me. Oh, that's... Yeah, cool. Bars are fake. Oh! I think that's all of them. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick save. I'm not gonna do a quick save here. I'm gonna go through the door and do a quick save there. And quick save. There we go. I'm wasting so many bullets. Oh! Don't punch me! Thanks. Why the teleportation? I think that's stuff. One more. Okay, this stuff. Oh golly, it's a fire thing, Archvile. Whoa, what? Where you all come from? That is right. Oh, that feels good. Those are teleportation noises, right? Library? Oh, the eye is back. No, I don't want it. Thanks. I don't want the eye. Hi. Oh. I hate it. Why am I getting spied on? Oh. Oh, it's the same place. Hi. I'm gonna save here. Must remember to save. I'm gonna save bullet for this. Alright, playing Tekken. Playing Tekken with chainsaw. If only I have a Berserk Park, that would be great. Whoa, where do you come from? Is there more? Whoa! Actually, didn't see. Baby jump. What is that sound? Is it a sound for... Oh, okay, it's just a revenant. Maybe I should give you a name as well. Rocket Slaps. There's multiple rocket slaps? Oh god, no, 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 oh my god. Hi, don't do that. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't know they can open doors like that. Kinda cool. Point blank. Oh my god, I got point blank as well. Hey, shotgun against revenants, not bad. It's the monkey bar. It just sounds like they're saying bad word in Chinese. I don't like it. What I deserve to... What I do to deserve getting shit on by this thing? I think I can jump there, but not before I kill these things first. Nice. Oh, okay. Oh my god, this is cool. Oh my god, oh my god! Wow, okay. Oh good, I'm not scared. Is there more? That's it? Okay. Oh wait, that was my last. Okay. I don't like it. Okay. Another one? Oh, another one? Another one? Whoa! What the fuck? Oh, what? There's actually something inside. Can I even get in? Oh, wait, are they teleporting outside? Oh, look. Cool. Okay, I don't know how the teleportation works here, but I hate it. I don't appreciate it. BFG! One more? Oh my god, that feels good. Are they fighting each other? I hope so. Oh. That is a lot of meatballs. This is not a single serving of meatballs. This is unhealthy. This is unhealthy. That is not a single serving of meatballs. That's like a family pack. I didn't save, did I? All good. I'm not even gonna save ammo anymore. Fuck this. Kill. I'm out for blood now. Kobo angry. Kobo kills. Yummy meatballs. Don't show too many meatballs, perhaps. Perhaps a little too many meatballs. Oh, perhaps. Oh my god, don't do that. Don't you open doors? Oh, ow. Hey, nice. Whoa. Hey. I'm hiding behind whales, okay? Don't just kill me like that. That's very rude. Ooh. Oh, didn't I got a blue key card just now? Somewhere. Where? I don't remember. It's somewhere. Somewhere. Okay, this time I will not be scared. No more. I got scared. Look at that. I'm mega ready. I'm so ready as beyond belief. How homing can you get? That is bullying. Where's the meatball? Okay, so the thing is somehow opening up 4 of these doors triggers something? I can't even get in. I'm gonna do it still. Not before I heal myself. Oh, okay. And they're all somehow gonna teleport now, I think. Yes, easy. Oh, they were too close for comfort. guys? Who? What? Where? Uh-oh. It's the fire thing. Must kill the fire thing. Oh, okay, nice. I'm out of rockets. I'm saving here and then go, 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 go. Okay, and then everything comes out. One meatball, one chainsaw. Okay, time to run. Monkey, the monkey bar thing can kill meatballs, right? Only the enemies of the same class will not be able to hurt each other. I heard. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, I just stood there and took it. Actually, I'm just gonna do this. Yeah, see that they're fighting each other. There is still a lot of them. That is so much. I used up all my cell. Okay. How many was that? I don't know. But there was certainly a lot of them. That actually feels really good. I killed all of them. Hmm? Oh, wow. Oh, where do you come from? All right. Hmm? Oh, wow, okay. Oh, is this like a secret exit? I feel like there's so many things I haven't discovered yet. At least I know like there's like a, I assume that's an exit because usually exit looks like this. Like these stages. Yeah, exit looks like that. It's kind of weird. Can I get it? Oh, Nelly, don't shoot! Oh, Jesus fuck, that is so red. I'm saving. I'm gonna jump down, even though I don't think it's a good idea. Oh, it is, I think. Ow. Oh my god. Yeah, what about this? I want everything that's up there. No, look at that. It's all plasma gun, and I need cell. Maybe, I hope there's a way to like reduce the interval of the message. Don't worry, I'll take a look after the stream. At least it's good to. It's really good to know that Coffee is like catering towards streamers, and I'm very happy about it. Still don't like the eyes. Okay, so that's just a simple library. Okay, I think this is a really fun stage. Oh, wow, wait, that's not the end. I thought that's the end. Then, where's the end? The blue keycard just gives a secret? There has to be more than this, right? I mean, essentially, if this is what the blue keycard is, it just gives me a secret. Well, not really a secret, but 4 plasma guns. I would call that a secret. Okay, how about this weird structure? How about you? Wait, yo, what the fuck? That was so loud, my ears are bleeding. And of course you'll be loud, look at the amount of this thing, oh my god. Okay, I don't know why that didn't happen the first time. Seven health. Save. Oh, exit. What a weird place to be an exit. Alright. You know why I read that as Subaras? I thought it's Suburas. Oh, that's rather short, only 18 minutes? Cool. I can't read that, it's too fast. But I have no health though. I'm gonna die in one hit. I'm saving here. Oh my god. That's a big med pack. Right? That's a big one. I can use plasma gun for this. Plasma. I can take that and quickly go back. Oh, worth. Let's go. And maybe take that one as well. Okay, okay, worth. Oh, I'm saving. Oh, hey, it's Burrito. Oh, cool. They're fighting each other now. Hear that? Oh, oops. My bullet. Where's the goat demon? Okay, fine. My ears are just hearing. My ears. Why are those things so loud though? Red key? Cool. Wow, we parkour. I cannot look down. This is the most anxiety shit ever. Cool. That is rough. Alright. See, so I'm just gonna use some good old plasma gun. Right? Alright, that was all good. Okay. Oh, I did have the red key, okay. Who? What? Where? Can you not do that? Can you not do that? Where'd they come from? Let's safe here. Wow. Huh? What did it do? Oh. I kinda want to punch you. I didn't save though. I'll take it. Alright, save here. I'm definitely saving a lot more frequently now. Don't like this. Yeah, I'm hearing things already. like this. I don't like this. Okay, okay. Whoa. Okay, all good. Getting some bullet back. Well, hi, Savior. Hello. I don't know if there's a way for him to get in. There's bullets down there. What? Ah, okay. It's not worth, but at the same time, it's kind of worth, I think. Oh. Oh. Oh my god, it's time limited. Oh, cool. Also, I hope you're doing good, Savior. Dang, I don't want any spicy meatballs now, jeez. Alright. Nice, nice, nice. Hi, Merp. Hello, Merpy Schmerpy. Merpy Schmerpy, you are the most adorable kobold. Oh my god. Uses Huggy, super effective. I'm in love. Oh my god. How are you doing, Merpy Schmerpy? Uh-oh. Don't do that. Oh my god, you... Thank you. Whoa. Whoa. Alright, that can use this to work. It's Merpin time. It's Merpin time. Can I go down? Ah. A box of shotgun shells for that? That's worth, kinda. Why are you so slow? Why is it going up so slowly? Okay, thanks. That is a little unsettlingly slow. Just a little. Although there's something I want to try. I don't remember if there's like a button down there. Oh. You're adorable. Oh my god. It's okay, you're adorable as well. What's secret about that area? What about your name? Should I go on Droxen or go Droxen? All works, to be honest. Call me Gon, call me Droxen, or the Fool. Oh yeah, also if you want, there's like a might be a little troublesome, I understand, but still there's the below my stream there's like a few panels that introduces my character, the characters that I have. They all have a name, right? So sometimes I feel like I kind of want people to address me by my character's name, but then again, you know, I have 4 characters. It's by all means a lot. Do I have blue key? I don't have yellow key. Oh my god. The blue key's just here. Tylra got it? Yay! Thank you. Oh! Why did my mouse do that? Okay, so this is the same thing here. Nah, don't waste bullets on them. Ow, 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 ow. What? Excuse me, what's going on? I am surviving somehow. Oh, hey. Uh-oh. It's moving, I don't like it. Okay, what's going on with my mouse? Wait, what? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Am I tripping? My mouse can move. Okay, I'm moving my mouse mid-air. This is what's happening. I'm moving my mouse mid-air, facing the sun. This is what's happening. Oh my god. Wait, what? I can move my mouse mid-air when facing the sun when it's hot enough? This is huge. This is a big discovery right here. Oh, it's gone. Wait, no, it's still here. I was like, no. my mouse keeps like flying around all the time. I was like, what is going on? And I figure out, oh, maybe it's the sun. It is the sun. What the hell? It's weird. because I'm using like a wrist pad, so I need to keep like if I want to keep moving the same way over and over, I have to like lift my mouse out and then just like go the other way and then go there again. You know what I mean? So when I lift my mouse out, my sun and then the sun is just like shining on the mouse a little bit. You know what I mean? you know what I mean, right? You know what I mean. But yeah, you know what this calls? This calls for. I need to close the curtains real quick. Give me a second. Okay, all good. Do I jump down? Ooh. I'm shooting when my reticle glows red. Don't know if it works, but yeah, it works. Now the thing can shut the fuck up. Okay, save. I'm pretty sure I can go there. Yep. And the button. Yeah, it was the sun. The sun that's making my mouse move in midair. Does it look like I can go down there? There were honestly times when I'm thinking about changing my channel name to just changing to Tylra, since I now vibe more with Tylra than actually Droxen. So I've been thinking about that. But at the same time, I feel like if I change the channel name, it's probably have a big impact. Probably. Wait, I know this place. Oh! What? It's too far. Oh, wait, that's a red one. Okay, all good. Yeah, I think I pretty much did everything here. But I'm gonna look around just in case I didn't miss anything. Just in case. Mm-hmm. Oh, oh my god. Hi again, cheesecake.
No.
Don't nut me to death. Oh, that's jam. I got nut to death again. Hi, Narix. That's nutty. You're nutty. Oh god. Uh. I need to make a jam for it. Ow! I don't think I saved. Oh no. Actually, it's okay. I know what to do. So I need jump. Jump over. Wait, I already jumped over. Yeah, let's interact with this. Save. All right. Oh. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, I don't have a proper footing. This is bad. It's okay, I saved. Look at that. So clever. Oh god. Didn't even saw the rocket. Alright. Oh god. I was changing gun. I was changing gun, you rude. Oh my god. Shit. I forgot how homing the missiles are for Revenant. It's crazy. It's homing! Oh my god. Okay, I'm saving here. I think I can actually just like run and then run back, take everything, including the heals, like this, and then just like that. Perfect. Just shoot it, just shoot it. It's okay, it's okay. Alright. Okay. I'm the beast. Also, when I was scrambling, I saw a lot of things down there. Okay, time to explore. This one? Oh! Where's their gam? Where's their gam? Okay. Oh yeah, speaking of, I think now is a good time to talk about this a little bit. Remember when I talked about Baldur's Gate 3? Now that Baldur's Gate 3 has like a really good looking Dragonborn, I am pretty sure I'm gonna play a lot of Baldur's Gate 3 when it comes out. Or like it already came out when the newest update came out there. The newest update comes out at August 8th, I believe. Yeah, I think that's the date. When it comes out, man, boy oh boy. Can I shoot them? Although one thing that I'm kind of wondering, like, I kind of like being a little afraid of, is that I don't know if my PC can handle streaming and also playing Baldur's Gate 3 at the same time. So it's a little worrying, to be honest. But it's okay. If it doesn't work, I'll try to make it work. Well, try to. Like, it's been a long time too. It's been a long time since I have since I've seen like such a good-looking reptilian characters. Huh? Wait. I think I know what this is. Fire thing. Oh god. Okay, so I have to run away when it do the fire. You have a spare at top? No, not currently. What can I do with a spare at top though? Need a cobalt cannon? Oh yeah. Cannon that shoots cobalt. Have I not been here before? Wait, I'm pretty sure I've been here before, right? Yeah. Wait, this is just a what? Oh. Whoa. Oh, okay. That's why. Oh my god. Okay, I'm not afraid. You could do the second PC setup since you have a capture card. If your laptop be the stream main and then your PC linked to the capture card where you play the game. So I use OBS things on the laptop, and then I use this PC play the game. Wait, but the output is already at. I don't get it. my brain just like short-circuited. Wait, I cannot see the screen on my PC, right? If I link the capture card. I worry about that a lot. I mean, you've seen my PC die multiple times, right? That doesn't look good. Second PC setup will allow you to smoothly run the stream while your PC do whatsoever. Yeah, it sure feels like it. I don't think I have a spare laptop though. Oh. What? Is it just like looping? There should be something stupid to see it. See the screen? I should probably check that out then. Oh, this is jank, but this is a cool jank. Cool. That's a lot of energy cell pack and I already have 4. I'll take them. Save. Tenements. Whoa, I killed everything! I'm the true Doom guy. I killed everything. The what? Oh. Oh yeah. Why? Why would you want me to waste bullet for that? Nice. I missed. I missed again. This looks like a trap. No? Wow, okay. Should be able to jump that. Or not, okay. Ugh. Whoa. Yeah, lately it has been quite windy around here. Not that I'm complaining, I love the windy weather. Oh, should I actually call it windy? Probably it's not that windy. I think it's like super windy. The wind blows so strong that my windows are shaking. It heckin' windy, yeah. Heckin' Kushala. Call out Kushala. Yeah, it's not just like 1 day or 2 days thing. It's been happening for quite a bit. I think this is like the fourth day of happening. Fourth day of it happening already. Super windy. Maybe Windy Boy is doing something. I saw you. Windy Boy, stop. You're gonna love the one shot, one kill. It's an echo. Kitsure, wow. Hi, Evie. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Narix. Oh, you're playing just chatting? Did you do anything else before just chatting? Hi. Welcome in everyone for the raiders. Hope you are doing good. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art occasionally. I love Doom. Nice, me too. We were learning Japanese. Oh my god. Fox love Panzers. Aslan. Hi. Kitsu is a Japanese teacher. She was teaching us Japanese. Oh, nice. Merp. Oh, I don't have Merp. I'm a kobo. Fox left pounces make drugs and wow. Hi. She's a nice teacher and friend. Yes, you have Merp. True, I have Merp. And the community is the best. Good to know. Very good to know. Very, very nice. Maybe I should learn Japanese. Maybe I should drop by your stream someday, huh? I will learn Japanese. Why? I don't know. Oh, I have a reason. Yeah, I have a reason for learning Japanese. Recently, I've been trying to I've been trying to communicate with Nita. I just don't know Japanese as much, so it's a little painful.
Hello and welcome.
Dokafar, thank you. Also, I hope the teachings of Japanese went well and everyone had fun. Although it does sound like everyone had fun. Finally, the pie. Sorry for the anvil. Ow. It's okay. Forgiven. Forgiven. Because I got the pie. And the 3 boxes. It's the best once you pass hiraganas and katakana. Yeah. I mean, I guess kanji, for kanji I have a bit of a advantage, I guess, since I'm like the Gina man, you know. Saya adalah orang Gina. I'm Chinese, you know, so Chinese is my mother tongue. And since kanji is like very close to being oh my god, why there's so many. Dude, kanji is kind of like Chinese Mandarin a little bit, you know? Oh my god, oh my god! Don't do it! Alright, all good, all good. Just gonna spin, just gonna spin. I'm gonna spin, I'm gonna spin. Actually, why not? Alright. Oh, that feels good. Oh. Really need to save up on shotgun shells. Oh my god, ow. Oh, it's a revenant. The revenant is slapping. Get him, cutie. Well, I got him, I think. Half of them. The other day I was pushing something in Taobao and I wasn't as lost. I mean, I understood next to nothing, but for some reason I wasn't as lost. Stinky. If you know Chinese, you have a big advantage in getting the gist of the sentence, but you still need to learn the pronunciation and adjustment between the two languages. Yeah. Like a lot of words, Mandarin has them, but the pronunciation is very different. Like something like rain, becoming ame, I think. Ame is rain, right? Something like that. Oh, Nelly, don't do it. Oh, I'm getting locked in. Sugoi. That's the best. Yeah, Ame is rain. Yeah. Why did I see something open just now? Sugoi is the best. That's all you need. When you go to Japan, just like Sugoi. Oh, Revenant down. Cool. It's weird that I have so much energy cells, but not enough bullet. Oh! Oh! That could have helped early on. Thanks, game. That's a trap. Don't look like it. Not a trap. It's not. What? Oh! You can hurt me, you can hurt me. That is right. Me scared? Nah. No way. I'm gonna spam BF too. Like this. Why not, right? Why are you... Why... Not for sure it would be. Sometimes the game's being very nice. Only sometimes. Stop! What is going on? Hmm? Doing the lurky schmurky because lunchtime? Okay. Have very good lunch, merp. Thank you for stopping by. Also, thanks for the look. I remember the day I started playing and noticed that it was a bit harder than usual. So Ultra Nightmare, I normally play on Hurt Me Plenty. I am not good with shooty bang bang games. You know what? Maybe I'm good at it. See, the thing is, I play crab champions. I should be good enough to play the game. I know how to play crab champions. But then the thing is, like, this game doesn't allow me to aim vertically. It still throws me off, throws me off most of the time. Uh-oh. Yay. Cool beans. Wow, holy shit, man. Get him! Yeah, that feels good. That was when I jumped back to Doom 2016 after playing Doom Eternal. I had forgotten that I started an Ultra Nightmare run as a challenge. Damn. Bold. And I'm a kobold. I thought for sure the floor is gonna hurt me. Yeah, all the Doom things started for me when I started playing My House.1. My House.1 is like my first ever experience in Doom in its entirety. And then after finishing My House.1, I started playing Doom Eternal and I finished it. And after that, I just feel like, hey, I kind of want to try out the other Doom games. Like the old ones, the classics. And here I am playing this. And I'm enjoying every moment of this. It's so fun. Although sometimes it can get a little tedious for me since I'm really bad with puzzles and also have a very bad sense of direction. The new, what was a kobold that I found a channel of kobold that plays Doom. And it's funny to find another kobold that plays Doom. Doom, the kobold game? Hey, we love guns, alright? We love guns. You know, for me, the kobold and the other kobold that plays Doom as well, it's safe to say that we love guns. But for the other kobolds, can't say for sure. Guns are good. Who? Oh my god, that was point blank. Doom kobold game. Like I played Doom Eternal for the music as well. The music is like absolute banger. What is even happening? It's gonna be one that's activatable. Nope, I got debated. Okay, okay. Thanks, game. Just know that I'm a raccoon that loves tech. Oh, tech and funny tech. Ooh, when it comes to tech, my brain shuts down. Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal are two albums that happen to come with a nice video game. Yeah, they're really fun to play. I never really played 2016 yet. Someday. But Eternal, yeah. Very heckin' fun. I just enjoy headbanging to the music and also kill all the demons. Sorry about the coffee stream bot though. I want to make it not as... 哎呦，不跟你们那买，这操你妈，真是吓死我！你要我吐啊！ I'm not scared. What, you think I'm scared? Nah. Suddenly, man. Hey, you... As a Jinan man myself, let's say bless you. I'll take it. I will take the bless. Huh? Oh. Hmm? Oh, stop! I'm okay. Maybe there's something here. Nope, okay. I love how when someone is lost in the Doom level, Doom guy starts humping into the walls until he finds something. I don't know why the noise, but I love it. I appreciate that. Can I pee the wall? Hey you! Not in public. What happened? Do it for the fun. Your stream account is on China? I'm from Malaysia. Set around Malaysia. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm rich. Wait, what? Sorry. No. Don't, it's okay, it's okay. No worries, no worries. Honestly, being a Malaysian and on Twitch, it's kind of rare. I only know a handful of streamers that's from Malaysia. Or actually, let me rephrase that. A handful of furry streamers that's from Malaysia. Yeah, Doom 2016? I'm gonna slowly get to it. I bought Doom 1, I bought Doom 2. Probably gonna buy Doom 64, Doom 3, and then Doom 2016? Maybe? Yeah. Not yet. Why? I don't get it. I don't get the teleportation. It's taking a while for me to finish like the Doom games, to be honest. Oh, hey. Because there's so many games that I love to play, and especially these days I've been playing a lot of Street Fighter 6. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, that hurts my brain. Oh god. Oh, that hurts. Oh. Oh. I'll stop. This is where the BFG is, right? Yeah. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Sometimes this game, I swear to god. She's lying there. Just sitting there. Hmm? Haru, hi. I'm gonna save here.
Hello. And
I cannot move. I'm jumping down. Oh my goodness. Get him. Alright, that's good enough. Oh.
Delicious.
Huh? I know that sound. Delicious. Doki. Thank you. Oh god. I mean, I can't see how much is that, but oh my god, thank you. No matter how much you don't know, it's all very appreciated. Hehe. It was 5. Oh.
There's no such thing as a coincidence.
It was $5.
It was $5. I love how Brian's just like $5. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Ducky. Do I call you Ducky or Doggo? Thanks for 100 bits as well. Yeah. Drox is the door. Don't eat. I would love to be intact still. Doki, Doka, Doko, everything is okay. Okay. Got it. I'm saving here. Okay. Kobold is a delicious snack. Don't eat kobold. You guys are supposed to be taking care of the kobold. Oh. Get him! Get him! Gosh diggity dang! Why I'm the top donator? Huh? I don't know. I don't know why I have subs on the screen. Subs on the screen? Huh? There's a CC button. Oh, you mean sub as subtitles or subscription? Oh! Maybe the extension? Probably. I think that's two different... Do I have two different subtitles? Shit, I might need to look it up. Sorry. Wait, it holds? Whoa. If I'm the top tier, then
This is all I have.
this is all your... Oh my god. Thank you. Raise the bar. Wow. Sorry. Oh, 300 bits. So thank you. That's 300 shiny rocks for me. Wow. I've been using super shotgun for so long. Using that shotgun feels weird to me now. EV stinky. Yeah, the no vertical aim still throws me off most of the time. I wish I had more, but it's okay, Doco. I really appreciate you already. Honestly, just being here is more than enough. It's okay, thank you. I hope I'm not wasting too much bullets with this. That works. Mega armor? Nice. As an ex-fellow streamer, I want to share the happiness I couldn't get. Aww. And I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you. Oh. This stage feels very finale-ish, don't you think? Feels like this stage is to the build-up of like the last stage. Have you played Portal 2? I only, funny enough, I only played Portal 2 multiplayer. I was playing with my sister back then, but after that, never touched it. it's a very interesting experience, I have to say. Oh my god, ow. Whoa. Oh my god, can you not? I'm bringing out the big gun. Get him! One more. That's right. Don't mess with the bow, you get the BFG. I recommend greatly the Proto Saga, that and the 4-dimension custom levels. I love the headaches I had while playing those. Finishing those there was just like scratching an itch that feels nice. I don't know. Maybe I'll check that out. But although I don't know if I'm gonna enjoy puzzle games too much. But I'm definitely willing to give it a try. Because me personally, I don't enjoy puzzles too much. Of course, that's a very personal thing. I remember me being excited to play Baba Is You, but after playing it for a few stages, and then holy shit, my brain just hurts. And then eventually I stopped playing it because it hurts too much to play it. Can I say I don't like this? I'm gonna save. Going in. Oh. I don't trust this. Ah! I see. Normally I didn't like puzzles, but Portal is different. Those are two completely different puzzles. Fair point, fair point. Baba is a little too extreme for me. Yeah, here Baba is you. I played it. I played it like last year, I believe. I played it last year, and then I played for a few sessions. But then sadly, I could not even get past a single level after like the tutorial part. My brain just doesn't work that way. So eventually I kind of stopped playing it because one is that I feel like I'm not making any progress in the game because I don't know how to even get past a stage. Oh. After Pro, I started liking being challenged. I love challenge. I love challenges. But not puzzles. Because puzzles most of the time just makes me feel like I'm hitting a brick wall and I don't know what the answer is. Those kind of challenges I don't like. I like a more straightforward challenge, you know what I mean? Oh, maybe I should mention that straightforward challenge being like I don't know how to explain it. To play a quite difficult game, I think. I want to say playing. Oh, how about this? Playing Elden Ring with fists. I mean, not only do I love fist. Sorry, that sounds wrong. I love punching. Punching. Right? Oh. That is like music. like being challenged, I learned English. Then I like learning playing solitaire and minesweeping. Ooh. Depends on the person. I agree. You don't start listening to black metal. You learn the softer genres and descend like slowly. True. Honestly, that goes for a lot of things, to be honest. Oh. QTE. Cannot get that? That's right, you cannot aim. That's right. Do I need to jump that one? I'll save here. I can't believe I got you baited. Where? Ow. Gosh, don't eat cobalt tail, jeez. No permission. I think I have to sleep. It's 4 AM. Oh my god, it's 4 AM in Colombia. Hear my mother in the kitchen. Oh my god. Go sleep, important. Yeah, if you go to sleep, have good sleep. Oh. They're fighting each other. Whoa. Nice. The red key's secret area? Oh, that's rough, man. I'm a night lord. I sleep at 5 AM to 12 PM. And I snuggle the kobold. Yeah. Yeah. Night lady? Oh. Night lady? Night lady sounds cool. Cracked the egg last week. Wait, cracked the egg? Did something happen? Or is it just like coming out as trans question mark? Because cracking the egg sounds really painful. Ah, okay. Oh my god, good on you. Very, very brave, very nice. Also, night lady, I respect that a lot. Know that you will always find a safe space here. At least this is a safe space for myself. I did also crack the egg, but there was no... Oh my god. Oh my god. God, that must have been traumatizing. Oh. That kill? Don't shoot! Thank you. Yeah, I had a feeling. I heard something going down. I was catcher and the pitcher was the best pitcher of Colombia. He didn't throw, he shooted with his arms. And that day I doubt even... I could even change position in an hour. Good memory, just remembering hurts. Oh my. I mean, props for you for taking it like a champ, to be honest. Big props. For one clip? I have a Discord. If you're the catcher, take it like a champ means you did well. A pun not intended. Or was that a pun? I don't know. I don't know how to make puns and stuff. So, why is this like this? Oh. I could scream. Wait, why are we screaming? Oh, I couldn't scream. It was so much, it was just like... It was just... Honestly, the amount of pinky is too much. I'm just getting bit to death. See you in next stream. See you. Sorry, my brain's short circuited. This happens too much. Oh my god. Have good sleep, Docal. Oh my god. That happens way too frequently. I'm scared at this point. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for the donuts and everything as well. Oh, okay. Why are there so many noises? Oh. I don't like the sound of that. Who, what, where, hi? Oh. ADHD plus speaking more than one language equals chaos. I still don't know if I have ADHD. I never went to like diagnose my what do you call it? Mentality? I have no idea. But someday I really should go and test it out. Oh, I got debated, right? This one? Yeah. Oh my god, let's do so many things. I mean, there's a blue key that I can never get somehow. Actually, what time is now? Wait, it's already 5:24. Oh god. Wait a minute. I have badminton at 8. Uh-oh. Gosh, I really want to finish this level though. So many puzzles for me to solve. I don't know if this is like puzzles or it's just me being a doom. Maybe a little bit of both.
He returned. Appointment good. Also, badminton when?
Badminton when? No. but I want to finish up this one. This stage. It's bullying me. I need to lower down the interval for the coffee thing. Also, good to know that the appointment went well. We'll come back. Oh, armor. Wait, I did jump down here at some point. How would I even get there? Going to say what it's about? Some job search support from government. Wow, that's honestly pretty cool. Wait, I don't even need the blue key for this. So I did it? I'll take the win because I need to go badminton very soon. Yay, going in. Oh, the Citadel. Welcome back. Lunch successfully consumed? Yeah. Next. Down goes the lunch. Don't. Oh my god. I don't know what's going on. I have to... Okay. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. I'll do a quick save. Did I quick save? Okay, I did. That's a future me problem. That is a truly future me problem, huh? Well, too bad, future me. I'm gonna take care of that next time. Quit game? Just leave. When you come back, I'll be waiting with a bat. Wow.
1/2 karma. Vermilion, you strike and slash. Battles waged against demons, infernal fray. Blood, fire, and sin. Blood, fire, and sin.
Is that... Come.
3/4 dice roll.
Yes, nice. I love the music. I don't know what it's called. Is it just called Chameleon? I'll go here. Need to find a right target. Quick. Badminton very soon. Wolfie. Hi, Wolfie. Wolfie cute as well. Yeah. Wolfie so cute. Cobalt. Cobalt cute gang. We take those. we take those. How are you doing? Don't worry about the fart noises. It's okay. You guys ready for some running from evil? ... question mark? My favorite music. And kobolds are best. And kobolds are best. Square. Square. I'm good. Nice. How's the cute kobold? Not doing very okay. A little sleepy because I'm trying to cut down a little bit of like coffee consumage. No, not going too well. But I'm very okay. I mean, I'm just trying to like cut down the coffee consumage a little bit because I feel like I've been drinking too much coffee lately. But yeah, slowly does it. Exoprimal? Oh yeah, Exoprimal is out. The game costs like 256 ringgit. I'm gonna cry because it costs 256 ringgit. Give me a second. Merp also cute. Merp very cute. All good. I just love the merp energy.
Karma, Vermilion, Kobold Dance, Kobold Dance, in the shadows sly, they play their game, Fire's Ember, Mischief's Fame, Fire's Ember, Mischief's Fame. Boop Karma, Karma, Vermilion,
Hi,
Kobold
Bracky.
Dance, Kobold Dance, in the shadows sly, they play their game, Fire's
Back in the
Ember,
skull.
Mischief's Fame, Fire's Ember, Mischief's Fame. Boop 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 boop.
Boop boop boop. I kinda want to raid the Zeras. It's been a while. A kobold should raid another kobold. Well, not should, but I want to raid another kobold. Yeah, let's raid Daz. Oh, speaking of, one little small legs, legs, join us with the raid. I'll be buying Tiny Tina Wonderlands. I'm gonna buy Tiny Tina Wonderlands because it went from 190 ringgit to 62, and the game has dragons in it. I saw dragons in the trailer. I have to buy the game. It's 62. Pew Pew game. Oh, it's a Pew Pew game? What a bargain. I know, right? It went from 189 ringgit to now 62 ringgit 37 cents. So it's like, big bargain. Also, I saw the trailer that I can use bonks on the game in the game. Like, there's no need to like 100% pew pew, but I can also bonk them. Also, I hope you are doing good. I hope you're doing good, Lex. Yeah. I'm gonna raid Daz under the fellow kobold. Daz has a lot of good outfit. I don't know how he does that. That outfit looks really good. That Tiny Tina Wonderland. I'm just checking something. It's gonna rain really big tonight. Praise the alright. Praise it. Praise the Lex lovely. Isn't it Lex Yipley? Oh, Exo Primal looks so good. I'm gonna save money to buy this game in the future. I don't think I can buy it now. It's 256 ringgit. It's too much. I'll wait for it. But no praising. No spool. Sometimes a spooder must be praised. Some specific spooder. Okay, let me. You know, I know Coffee Bot has been plugging my coffee a lot. But I'm gonna summon Bernie just for fun this time, alright? I'm sure you guys know about my coffee already. I just want to summon Bernie. Hey Bernie, come here.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Oh my god. I forgot about that. I forgot about the exclamation mark, good girl, oh my god. All me read is praising Spooder, but me respect. Respect the Spooder. Oh my god. Honestly, that Dassy was really adorable. Look at this. Yeah. But I heard from Nanok saying that it's a new thing. It's a new thing that they implemented for streamers, where they will, coffee will, like your web page will change when you stream ? I think. And then they have like the coffee bot with the new function to like plug the coffee web page every, I assume, 30 minutes. An hour? It's probably 30 minutes. I think it's quite. It's a tad bit frequent in my opinion. If I want, I might make it like an hour, or an hour and a half once. I think that's good enough, right? Maybe, right? Or it could be just me. I don't know. Drake just had it, and it would do that like twice a stream. Oh. So it's a new thing, and honestly, it's kind of good to know that coffee is catering to streamers. And I was like, yeah, hell yeah. a big heckin' yes, you know, big heckin' yes. What's the big way is it doing that? At first it was like that, but after knowing that they are catering to streamers, then I wholeheartedly agree. I think I just need to like, I just kind of need to see if there's like a settings to lower down the frequency of the thing. Just joined the Discord, wonder why I didn't do it sooner. Oh, it's okay. Merp. Make sure to read the rules. Okay, let me check. Oh, wait. Did Dogcall forgot to read the rules? ? Doki. It's okay. I'll inform her afterwards. Here, let me give you this role real quick. I do this all manually so that I can like manage. I can manage my Discord manually. I think that's better. You gotta roll. The rules kind of went on me so nice. The rules kind of reaction to agree. Merb agreed to the rules. I think Doki forgot. It's okay. I'll tell her about it. Like, must read the rules. Roll them. Oh god. I'm just gonna type this Dragon Simping Corner where I occasionally share dragon pics. Dragon pics in Dragon Simping Corner. I mean, it's mostly just me posting Twitter stuff over there. The Labrador is so popular in 2006 there were approximately 2 to 5 times more labs as there were German Shepherds or Golden Retrievers. The Pilgrims were the first to introduce cats to North America. Pilgrims? Wow! Okay, let me type in Daziraz. Okay, I type in the rate. I'm gonna go prepare for badminton or goodminton now. Tomorrow... Wait, I had an idea what I want to do tomorrow, but I forgot. Oh yeah, I kinda want to play a little bit of Stardew. It's been a while, and I think I kinda want to make Stardew a thing. Kinda. Dragon Simping Corner. Goodminton, good. Alright, I guess I'll play Stardew Valley tomorrow. Or maybe even... Oh, there's so many choices! So many choices! Honestly, Dash is such a beautiful world. Stardew Valley, the game with the breaking economy with no meta. I'm still mad about Stardew Valley forcing me to sleep at 2. If only there's a way to stop that. It's a very chill game at least. I still need to date Abigail in the game. Probably mods for it. Oh! I'll look for it then. Sleep 10 days in a row. It doesn't help. I'm sure Yip a mod somewhere. Probably. I'll look into it tonight then. Then I can narrate. It's like 5:42. So before the raid, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Know that you guys are love, valid, and matter. Very valuable, right? Yep, but you're gonna start making sense with some of these. I also think that Abigail is my playthrough, but my friends judge me about it. Why? I mean, I date Abigail because Abigail's a dragon. Just plain and simple. I like Shane too, but I don't know how to find Shane in the game. They say she is a minor. Oh, that kind of issue, huh? Yeah. I guess people are just a little... I don't know, maybe saying dating a minor... Or saying dating Abigail is dating a minor is a little on the nose, I think. I don't know. I'm just gonna date Abigail just because she's a dragon, that's it. Yeah, I'm sorry you have to go through that. That must be rough. You like kobolds, don't you? Yeah, I do. I'm using that as a rate message. Hi, Roxas. Interrupt says she's between 19 and 24. Then should be totally fine. People are just making things up to make people feel bad sometimes. It's the internet, it's weird. I don't get it. It's weird. 21 specifically, then it's totally fine. But friends don't believe me? Friends? Oh my god, wait, that's rough. I'm sorry, but that's rough. If there are souls saying that Abigail is... don't believe everything you read on the internet. It's a tough one. It's friends too. If it's just like random internet stranger, then yeah, ignoring is like fastest way. But if it's friends, then it might be a little tough. Now maybe we can talk a little bit about this tomorrow then. when I play Stardew, I'm gonna go get. Why would anyone lie on the internet, huh? I know, right? No one lies. Ever. I already typed the rate. Here comes straight to Daz. Ooh. I'm a kobold and that's the absolute truth? Yeah, same. Very same. Oh yeah, rate message this one. You like kobolds, don't you? saying this to Daz. Nobody ever lies. Also, maybe it's the funny numbers on the back of your card to help the German Kaiser out of poverty. The funny numbers, huh? Why am I feeling sleepy? I know why I'm feeling sleepy, because I didn't have enough coffee. Yeah. I'm good. I'm gonna wait for the time to go. Oh, wait. How can I believe that? How can I forget about this? Ah, shit. I'm late. Boom. Stream ending. Look at that. Drink more agua. I will drink more agua. Good night, Ru. See you guys tomorrow. Bye. Be safe. Love y'all. Bye. I'll drink.
Yep.
Consume agua. Consume agua.